Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crimson moon hung low over the spired city of Silverhaven, casting an ominous glow across the elven towers that pierced the night sky like crystalline daggers. In the royal chamber of the Moonspire Palace, a scream shattered the sacred silence as a handmaiden discovered Queen Isilith Altaluna's body sprawled across her marble floor. Her silver hair fanned out like rays of moonlight, a pattern of arcane symbols etched in blood upon her alabaster skin. That same night, 500 leagues away in the mountain fortress of Iron Deep, the halls of the dwarven clan Ironbeard echoed with panicked shouts. Lord Thorin Ironbeard's bedchamber stood empty, the sheets torn asunder, strange shadowy residue clinging to the stone walls, and a trail of blood leading to a wall that had seemingly swallowed him whole. Two kingdoms descended into chaos. Two heirs found themselves suddenly prey. Princess Lyra Altaluna stood before the Elven High Council, her silver armor reflecting the pale blue light that streamed through the stained glass windows of the Judgment Hall. Her hand rested upon Moonsever, the enchanted blade passed down through generations of her family. You stand accused of orchestrating your mother's death to claim her crown, spoke Archmage Thalen, his ancient face as impassive as carved stone. The evidence is irrefutable. Your personal guard saw you enter her chambers last night, yet you claim you were at the Whispering Falls. I was framed. Lyra's voice remained steady, though her fingers tightened around her sword hilt. Would a daughter seeking power leave such obvious traces? The council's response came in the form of 6 elven mages raising their staves, blue energy crackling between them, forming a containment circle. "Seize her," commanded Thylon. In that moment, Lyra made a choice that would forever alter her fate. She drew Moonsever, its blade glowing with the light of captured stars, and slashed through the magical barrier. As stunned guards rushed forward, she leapt through the shattered stained glass window, a blur of silver against the night sky, and vanished into the ancient forest below. Meanwhile, in the smoky depths of Iron Deep, Brom Ironbeard faced his own tribunal. The young dwarf engineer stood defiantly before the Elders' council, his innovative mechanical arm whirring softly as he clenched and unclenched his fist. "The evidence points to you, son of Thorin," rumbled Elder Grimjaw, his beard bound with bands of mithril. "Your contraptions were found disabling the royal guards. Post. Your father opposed your dangerous mechanical experiments. Now he conveniently vanishes. My father supported my work," Brom's voice echoed in the cavernous chamber. "He understood the future of our clan depends on innovation, not clinging to ancient ways." "Take him to the deeps," ordered Grimjaw. "Let darkness counsel his treacherous mind." As dwarven guards approached, Brom activated the hidden mechanism in his mechanical arm. With a burst of pressurized steam, the chamber filled with impenetrable fog. By the time it cleared, the dwarf had vanished through one of his secret passages that honeycombed the mountain. Fate, that weaver of unlikely threads, drew these two heirs together 3 nights later at the ancient ruins of Concordia, the long-abandoned meeting place where elves and dwarves had signed their blood pact millennia ago. Both sought answers in the historical records kept within its weathered walls. Both found each other instead. Dwarf! Lyra's sword flashed in the moonlight as she confronted the stocky figure hunched over ancient scrolls. Elf! Brom raised his mechanical arm, a small crossbow emerging from its intricate gears. For a long moment, they stood frozen in mutual suspicion, two fugitives from two kingdoms bound by parallel tragedies. I did not kill my mother, Lyra finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. And I did not dispose of my father, replied Brom, his eyes never leaving hers. Slowly, reluctantly, they lowered their weapons, united by their shared status as accused patricides. As dawn broke over the ruins, suspicion gave way to desperate alliance as they compared their tales. It was Brom who first noticed the connection. "Would the markings on your mother's skin," he murmured, sketching them from Lyra's description. "They match the scorch marks on my father's chamber wall." "A coincidence?" Lyra questioned. "My people have a saying, Elf. Coincidence is just conspiracy lacking proper scrutiny." Their uneasy truce solidified into partnership as they fled together through forests and mountains, pursued by shadow assassins who seemed to step out of darkness itself. These were no ordinary killers. Their bodies moved like liquid night, reforming even when Lyra's blade cut through them or Brom's inventions blasted them apart. It was during a skirmish in the Vale of Whispers that Lyra received a wound from one of these shadow creatures, a slash across her shoulder that revealed something extraordinary beneath her torn flesh. Intricate patterns, like a fragmented map, glowing with faint blue light beneath her skin. What sorcery is this?" Brom examined the markings with the engineer's precision. "It's no sorcery," Lyra whispered in awe. "It's a birthmark. My mother had similar patterns on her back, though I never saw them glow like this." The revelation led them to the sacred bathhouse of Iron Deep, where Brom stripped to his waist and scrubbed away decades of forge grime. There, across his broad back, stretched complementary markings that glowed with the same ethereal light when brought near to Lyra's. The blood pact, Lyra breathed. Not just an alliance between our peoples, but a literal mingling of bloodlines, Brom finished. Our families were marked as the Guardians. Together, their birthmarks formed a complete map, one leading to the fabled caverns of eternal echo, where legend claimed the very fabric between worlds grew thin. Their journey through the treacherous Mistmire swamp and across the spine of the World Mountains forged a bond between them that transcended centuries of racial prejudice. Lyra came to respect Brom's ingenious mind and steadfast courage, while he admired her grace in combat and unwavering resolve. In the shadow of Dragontooth Peak, they discovered the hidden entrance to the caverns of Eternal Echo, a passage that opened only when their bloodline markings were pressed against the ancient stone. The caverns within defied comprehension, vast chambers where stalactites and stalagmites twisted in impossible geometries, where gravity seemed optional, and where echoes of conversations from other times and places whispered through the air. Deep within this labyrinth of reality, they found what generations of their families had protected, the throne between worlds. It sat upon a dais of obsidian that appeared to float above an abyss of swirling cosmic energy, a seat carved from material that seemed to simultaneously exist and not exist, shifting between solid stone and translucent light. But they were not alone. "You've arrived at last," came a silken voice from the shadows. "Ud the heirs of the guardian houses." A figure stepped forward, Archmage Thalen, his robes now black as midnight, his eyes glowing with unnatural purple light. "You!" Lyra hissed, raising Moonsever. "A mere public face." Thalen smiled coldly. "I'm Voidweaver, first of the Reality Weavers, an order older than your petty kingdoms." Behind him emerged more robed figures, and between them, bound in chains of shadow, Queen Isilith and Lord Thorin, alive but weakened, arcane symbols carved into their exposed skin. "Mother!" Lyra gasped. "Father!" Brom strained forward. "The parents live only until we complete the ritual," Thylon explained with academic detachment. Their blood, your blood, carries the key to fully activating the throne. For centuries, your families have squandered its power, using it merely to maintain the boundaries between realms when it could open them wide. As he spoke, the reality weavers began a chant that caused the air itself to ripple. The abyss beneath the throne widened, and through it, glimpses of other worlds flickered, some beautiful beyond imagination, others filled with writhing horrors and darkness. "We will remake reality as it should be," Thalen continued. "The great ones from beyond will reshape this flawed existence." In that moment, Lyra and Brom exchanged a glance of perfect understanding. Without words, they enacted a desperate plan. Brom activated his mechanical arm to its fullest capacity, releasing a surge of energy that temporarily disrupted the weaver's chant. Simultaneously, Lyra leapt forward with elven speed, Moonsever slashing through the shadow chains that bound their parents. Chaos erupted as the weakened but freed monarchs joined their children in battle. Queen Isilith's hands wove spells of moonlight, while Lord Thorin's hammer struck with the force of mountains. Together, the four of them, 2 elves, 2 dwarves united by blood and purpose, fought against the reality weavers. As the battle raged, the throne began to destabilize, the abyss widening dangerously. Tentacles of darkness reached through from other dimensions, grasping at the combatants. "The portal must be sealed," shouted Queen Isilith over the dimensional maelstrom. "Only blood of both lines, freely given upon the throne, can close what they have opened." Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes as she parried a void tendril. "The blood pact." "Renewed," nodded Brom, blasting back a reality weaver with his mechanical arm. Together, they fought their way to the throne, their parents providing covering combat against Thalen and his acolytes. Upon reaching the dais, they clasped hands, elf and dwarf, princess and engineer, their differences meaningless before their shared purpose. "For all worlds," whispered Lyra. "For all realities," replied Brom. They pressed their wounded palms against the arms of the throne, their mingled blood flowing into the ancient stone. The birthmarks on their bodies blazed with light that outshone the stars, forming a complete circuit that traveled through the throne itself. A shockwave of pure creation energy pulsed outward. Reality weavers screamed as they were reduced to dust. Thalen reached one desperate hand toward the closing abyss before he too dissolved into nothingness. The dimensional rifts sealed themselves one by one, the cosmic balance restored. In the aftermath, as dust settled in the caverns of eternal echo, 4 figures stood in silent awe before the now dormant throne. "The secret must be better protected," Queen Isilith finally spoke, her voice echoing with new wisdom. "The reality weavers may be gone, but others will always seek such power." "Then perhaps it's time to end the separation between our peoples," said Lord Thorin, his gruff voice softer than usual. "United, we stand a better chance than divided." Lyra and Brom exchanged glances, their shared ordeal having forged something neither had thought possible: understanding between elf and dwarf, a bridge between ancient enemies. "The throne between worlds," mused Lyra, gazing at the ancient seat of power that had nearly caused universe-wide catastrophe. "Perhaps," said Brom thoughtfully, "what sits between worlds isn't just a throne, but the people who choose to stand together despite their differences." As they departed the caverns, leaving the throne under new enchantments and protections, The first light of dawn broke over the mountains. For the first time in a millennium, elven towers and dwarven fortresses would witness the birth of a new alliance, one forged not just in blood, but in shared purpose and hard-won trust. The throne between worlds would remain a secret, but its greatest lesson would transform two kingdoms, that boundaries, whether between races or realities, were meant not just to separate, but also to be bridged. Story 2. The night the star fell upon the Iron-Spine Mountains, the sky itself seemed to bleed. Crimson streaks painted the heavens as the celestial visitor tore through clouds and darkness, crashing with such force that the very foundations of Grimire Ironhammer's forge trembled. The renowned dwarven smith stood transfixed in his doorway, his weathered face illuminated by the otherworldly glow that persisted even after the impact. Something ancient stirred within him, a calling he could neither ignore nor explain. By dawn, Grimire had gathered the mysterious metal from the smoking crater. It shimmered with an inner fire. Neither gold nor silver, neither steel nor mithril, but something altogether unknown to the mortal realms. As he held a fragment in his calloused palm, whispers filled his mind, promises of glory, of weapons that would transcend time, of his name echoing through eternity. "What secrets do you hold?" he murmured to the star metal, feeling its warmth pulse in response, like a living heart. In the sanctum of his ancient forge, a cathedral of anvils and flame carved deep within the mountain, Grimire worked without rest for 7 days and 7 nights. The mountain itself seemed to hold its breath as he summoned techniques known only to the eldest masters of his craft. His hammer fell upon the celestial metal with rhythmic precision, each strike releasing cascades of crimson sparks that danced like vengeful spirits before dissolving into the smoke-thick air. When the work was complete, 7 swords rested upon his anvil, each unique in form yet bound by an unmistakable kinship. They gleamed with deadly perfection, their edges sharp enough to slice through thought itself. Grimire named them according to visions that had come to him during their forging: Oathbreaker, Soulthirst, Kinslayer, Doomcaller, Widowmaker, Hopebane, and Worldsend. What the dwarf could not know was that the fallen star had been no mere celestial rock, but a prison, a divine shackle forged by the creator gods to contain Morkanth, the god of war, after his rebellion against the cosmic order. In his ignorance, Grimire had released the fractured essence of the war deity, dividing it among the 7 blades. As fate and folly would have it, the completion of the swords coincided with the Grand Concord, a gathering of the 7 kingdoms to renew their fragile peace. Representatives from the elven forests of Sylvandar, the human highlands of Valorian, the dwarven caverns of Khaz-Duram, the coastal realm of Tideborn, the desert empire of Sunspire, the nomadic plains of Windwalker, and the mountain principality of Frostpeak had assembled at the neutral ground of Concordia Vale. Grimire, seeing an opportunity to cement his legacy, presented each kingdom with one of his masterworks as a gesture of unity and strength. The delegates received these gifts with appropriate awe, failing to notice how eagerly their fingers closed around the hilts, how the blades seemed to sing to their new masters, how shadows momentarily deepened around them as ancient compacts were unknowingly sealed. 3 moons passed before the first blood was spilled. Lord Commander Valorian, bearer of Oathbreaker, ordered an unexpected raid on an elven outpost, citing unproven accusations of border incursions. Within a fortnight, retaliatory strikes escalated across all borders. Ancient grievances, long buried beneath diplomacy, erupted with renewed venom. The 7 kingdoms, which had maintained an uneasy peace for generations, now mobilized for war with almost synchronized precision. Far from the gathering storms of conflict in the remote valley of Whispermere, Aelwyn Moonshadow jolted awake from a dream of blood and steel. The young elven woman sat upright in her modest cottage, silver eyes wide with horror as phantom screams echoed in her mind. Since childhood, she had been blessed or cursed with the rare gift of weapon sight, the ability to perceive the destinies bound to enchanted armaments through mere touch. The vision had been clearer than any before. 7 swords, 7 fragments of a malevolent will, 7 kingdoms marching toward mutual annihilation. She had seen the face of destruction wearing a crown of flames, and the true architect behind a veil of shadow and deceit. "I must warn them," she whispered to the empty room, her voice steady despite the trembling of her hands. But who would believe an elven exile, cast out from Sylvandar for the very gift that now drove her to action? The irony was not lost on her as she packed her meager belongings. The same court that had deemed her abilities unnatural and an affront to the natural order might now face extinction, because they had refused to heed her warnings about a ceremonial dagger that had eventually claimed their previous king's life. Her journey led her first to Ironspine, guided by her visions to the source of the malevolent weapons. There she found not Grimir, but his son, Durin Ironhammer, a dwarf unlike any other. Where his father had been a traditionalist bound to ancient ways, Durin was an innovator who combined metallurgy with forbidden elven enchantments, earning him the distrust of his own kind. Aelwyn found him in his father's abandoned forge, hunched over scrolls of elven script, his dark beard singed from proximity to the great furnace which now lay cold and dormant. At his belt hung Soulforger, the legendary hammer that had struck the 7 blades into existence. "I know why you've come, elf," he said without looking up, his voice like stone grinding against stone. "The dreams have plagued me too. My father's pride has doomed us all." "Where is he?" Aelwyn asked, approaching cautiously, feeling the residual power that still permeated the forge, and the unmistakable signature of divine malice. Durin's laugh held no humor. "Gone." The moment the last sword left his hand, something changed in him. He said his work in this realm was complete and departed for the higher forge. "I fear the entity trapped in that celestial metal possessed him long before the swords were completed. Their unlikely alliance formed in that moment, a disgraced elven seer and a dwarven outcast, bound by the desperate need to undo what should never have been done. Soulforger," Durin explained, "was the only implement in existence that could unmake what it had created. Each sword must be recovered and broken upon the very anvil that birthed them. Their quest led them across a land descending rapidly into chaos. In Valorian, they witnessed fields of wheat set ablaze by the very farmers who had tended them. Their eyes glazed with bloodlust as they clutched farm implements and marched toward the capital. In Tideborn, ships of the once peaceful merchant fleet had been retrofitted with rams and ballistas, setting sail to blockade their neighbors. Everywhere, the same madness had taken hold, a lust for conquest that consumed all reason. The first sword they reclaimed was Hopebane, carried by the Archduchess of Frostpeak. They found her alone in her ice palace, the blade driven through her own heart in a moment of lucidity, her final act of defiance against the whispers that had commanded her to sacrifice her people in a suicidal assault on Sunspire's desert fortresses. The second, Widowmaker, they took from the hand of King Tideborn himself after Aelwyn used her gift to predict the sword's influence, enabling them to set a trap when the king rode out alone, drawn by visions of victory that Aelwyn had deliberately projected into his dreams. With each recovered blade, the task grew more difficult. The remaining wielders seemed aware of their efforts, consolidating their forces, becoming more paranoid and isolated. And behind it all, Aelwyn sensed a guiding intelligence, the fractured mind of Morkanth reassembling itself across distances, coordinating through the psychic links forged by the swords. Their journey brought them finally to Sylvandar, Elwyn's homeland and the seat of the most powerful of the Seven Kingdoms. Here, Lord Sentinel Thalrion wielded World-Send, the most potent of the Seven Blades. But as they infiltrated the ancient forest capital, a horrifying truth revealed itself to Elwyn's weapon sight. The true mastermind was not Thalrion, but his advisor, Archdruid Eldrath, Elwyn's own uncle who had cast the deciding vote for her exile. "He bears no sword," she whispered to Durin, as they crouched among the boughs of a great oak overlooking the Elven War Council. Yet his aura pulses with the same corruption. Durin's eyes narrowed beneath heavy brows. Perhaps he needs no sword, because he is already aligned with the war god's purpose. Some souls are fertile ground for such seeds. The final confrontation came during the ritual of the Blood Moon, when Eldrath had convinced all remaining sword-bearers to gather in the sacred grove to combine their powers against common enemies. Instead, Aelwyn and Durin recognized the ceremony for what it truly was, an attempt to reunite the fragments of Morkanth's essence to fully resurrect the god of war into a physical form. They struck as the ritual began, Aelwyn's magic temporarily blinding the assembled champions while Durin charged forward, Soulforger raised high, the hammer that had created now destroyed, shattering first Kinslayer, then Doomcaller in succession. With each broken blade, a howl of rage echoed not from the metal, but from the very air around them, as pieces of a divine consciousness were cast back into the void. Archdruid Eldrath, his plans unraveling, revealed his true nature at last. His flesh rippled and tore as partial divinity surged through him, transforming him into a monstrous amalgamation of elf and war incarnate. From his twisted mouth came the voice of Morkanth himself. "Fools! War is inevitable. I am but its face. The desire exists in your own hearts." The battle that followed tested the limits of mortal capability. Aelwyn's foresight allowed her to anticipate each devastating attack seconds before it came, while Durin's hammer struck with the force of mountain and memory, each blow reminding the divine fragments of their original imprisonment. In the climactic moment, as Eldrith Morkanth prepared to unleash a cataclysmic blast that would have leveled the sacred grove and everyone within it, Aelwyn made the ultimate sacrifice. Lunging forward, she grasped World's End with her bare hands, allowing her weapon sight to fully connect with the blade's essence. The contact sent agony coursing through her body as she experienced every death the sword would ever cause, every soul it would sever, every destiny it would sunder. Through this connection, she temporarily paralyzed both blade and wielder, creating the opening Durin needed. With a roar that carried generations of dwarven craft and pride, he brought Soulforger down upon both World's End and the final sword, Oathbreaker, which Eldrath had concealed within his robes. The explosion of released divine energy leveled the ancient trees for a league in every direction. When consciousness returned to the survivors, they found themselves in a perfect circle of ash and new growth, destruction and rebirth intertwined, as they always had been, as they always would be. Aelwyn survived, though her weapon sight was gone, burned away in the conflagration of divine energy. Durin's hammer, Soulforger, had been reduced to a simple craftsman's tool, its mythic power expended in that final confrontation. As dawn broke over the scarred landscape, messengers arrived with news that the madness of war had lifted from the Seven Kingdoms as suddenly as it had descended. Armies halted their marches, navies returned to port, fields were replanted rather than salted. "Do you think it's truly over?" Aelwyn asked, watching shoots of green already pushing through the ash beneath their feet. Durin ran a thumb along Soulforger's now ordinary haft. "Morkanth was a god of war, not its creator. We've banished him, but conflict will always be part of the mortal condition." He paused, looking at the hammer with new appreciation. But perhaps now we choose our battles rather than being chosen by them. Together, the unlikely pair departed the sacred grove, leaving behind the divinity they had banished, but carrying with them a hard-won wisdom. That the most dangerous weapons are not those carried in hand, but those hidden in heart and mind, and that even gods may fall before mortal resolve when its purpose is true. Story 3. The first traveler turned to crystal at twilight. He was a merchant from the coastal city of Tidholm, his cart laden with salts and spices destined for the dwarven halls of Moria. Locals had warned him against taking the shortcut through the crystal forest after sundown, but greed and impatience had spurred him forward. Witnesses from the nearby village of Oak Vale reported a sound like glass bells echoing through the twilight as a shimmering wave passed through the ancient trees. When it receded, where once stood a man and his mule, there remained only perfect quartz statues, their faces frozen in expressions of dawning horror. By the third moon, 13 more had fallen victim to the forest's strange enchantment. Merchants, messengers, and one elven scout who should have known better. Each transformed into flawless crystal, their bodies capturing the exact moment of their transformation. Most disturbing of all were the whispers that emanated from these statues at night, unintelligible murmurings that drove away all wildlife for leagues around and haunted the dreams of anyone who heard them. The Crystal Forest had always been peculiar, a boundary realm where the kingdoms of elves and dwarves met without truly mingling, a place where the trees themselves grew with a slight translucence at their edges. But never in the long histories of either race had it crystallized the living. It was into this growing mystery that Brenna Spellforge was dispatched. The dwarven archimage trudged along the forest's edge, her crimson robes a stark contrast to the silver-green landscape. Unlike most of her kind, Brenna was tall for a dwarf, with auburn hair bound in complex braids interwoven with rune-etched silver wires. The elders of Moria had appointed her with reluctance. Her unconventional methods and willingness to study elven magic made her suspect among traditionalists. But her mastery of crystalline enchantments made her the obvious choice for this investigation. "At least they've given me something interesting for once," she muttered to herself, withdrawing a crystal lens from her satchel. The lens was her own creation, designed to reveal magical emanations as visible light. Placing it before her left eye, she scanned the forest perimeter. What Brenna saw took her breath away. Invisible to the naked eye, the entire forest pulsed with veins of magical energy converging at its center like blood vessels leading to a heart. The pattern was deliberate, structured, not the organic chaos of natural magic, but something designed, something recent. "This isn't growth, it's defense," she whispered, understanding dawning. "The forest is protecting something." Following the strongest energy current, Brenna ventured carefully into the trees, mindful to remain within the safe boundary marked by her lens. The forest interior was eerily beautiful, light refracted through leaves that were already half transformed, casting rainbow patterns across the moss-covered ground. The silence was absolute, broken only by her footfalls and the occasional distant tinkle, like wind chimes stirred by an unfelt breeze. Near a small clearing, she encountered her first crystal victim, an elven messenger frozen mid-stride. Despite herself, Brenna couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship of the transformation. Every detail was preserved, from the individual strands of his flowing hair to the fine embroidery on his tunic. She circled the statue cautiously, studying it through her lens. "Remarkable," she murmured, reaching out, but stopping short of touching the crystalline surface. "The magical signature isn't elven or dwarven. It's older. As twilight descended, something extraordinary happened. The statue began to whisper. The sound came not from its mouth, but from the crystal itself, vibrating like a struck bell. The heart beats beyond the veil. 3 moons align, the weavers prepare vessel and sacrifice. Brenna hurriedly transcribed the fragments, her pulse quickening. This was no random enchantment, but an intentional message or warning. The mention of the heart triggered a memory from her studies of ancient artifacts. Could this relate to the heart of Yggdrasil, the legendary crystal said to contain the essence of the world tree itself? A twig snapped behind her. Brenna whirled, her hands already weaving a defensive spell, only to find herself facing a tall elven figure partially concealed in shadow. "I wouldn't complete that incantation if I were you, Archimage," the figure said in the melodious but formal tones of high elven speech, "unless you wish to join our crystalline friend here." The elf stepped forward, revealing noble features and silver-white hair bound with a simple circlet of twisted gold. His attire was surprisingly plain for one of his kind, practical traveling clothes, rather than the elaborate garments elven nobility typically favored. Only his bearing and the ancient curved dagger at his belt hinted at his true station. "Prince Thalion," Brenna acknowledged, recognizing the disgraced 7th son of the Elven High Council. "I thought you were confined to the Summer Palace after your disagreement with the Queen." A sardonic smile touched his lips. "My exile is temporarily suspended, it seems. Dire circumstances make for convenient pardons." His expression darkened as he gazed at the crystal statue. "Though I suspect I'll face worse than exile when this is finished." "You can hear them too, can't you?" Brenna asked suddenly, noting how his head tilted slightly toward the statue, as one straining to catch a distant sound. Thalion's silver eyes widened fractionally, the only indication of his surprise. "Not just here. I understand them. Every word, every secret, every fear captured in their final moments." He gestured to the forest around them. "They're all connected, speaking together in a chorus that grows stronger each day." "What are they saying?" "That we've been betrayed. That the heart of Yggdrasil was stolen from the elven vaults 3 new moons ago, not by dwarven thieves as my kin believe, but by traitors within our own court." His voice remained level, but Brenna detected the undercurrent of rage. "The forest is responding to its absence, crystallizing to preserve itself, as the heart once preserved it." Brenna processed this revelation, her mind racing through implications. "But the elven court believes dwarves stole it. Is that why diplomatic relations have frozen?" At Thalion's nod, she swore colorfully in the dwarven tongue. "My people are mobilizing for possible conflict even now. But who would benefit from turning our kingdoms against each other?" "The Destiny Weavers," Thalion replied grimly. "An ancient order I believed to be mere legend until a fortnight ago. They whisper in dreams, manipulate from shadows, and apparently have agents in both our realms." As night deepened around them, more whispers arose from the crystal statue. The alignment comes. 3 moons as one. The veil thins. Ancient ones wait beyond. Thalion translated the elven fragments Brenna couldn't understand. Together, they pieced together a chilling narrative. The Destiny Weavers had infiltrated both kingdoms over generations, playing them against each other while working towards some grand design. The heart of Yggdrasil was key to their plan, an artifact of such power that it could temporarily part the veil between worlds during the rare alignment of all 3 moons. Which is precisely 3 nights from now, Brenna realized with growing horror. Their unlikely alliance formed in that moment, the dwarven archimage disowned by her council for suggesting elven innocence, and the elven prince who had opposed his queen's calls for retribution against the dwarves. Together, they journeyed deeper into the crystal forest, guided by the whispers of the transformed and Brenna's magical lens. At the forest's heart, they discovered a perfect clearing where no trees grew. At its center stood a pedestal of living wood, empty now, but clearly designed to hold something of great significance. The ground around it was inscribed with runes so ancient that neither recognized more than fragments. "This is where the heart should be," Thalion murmured, kneeling to examine the runes. "It's been here since before our kingdoms existed, protecting the boundary between worlds." Brenna's lens revealed the truth. Without the heart, magic was bleeding from this spot, causing the forest's desperate crystallization as it attempted to create a new barrier. "We need to recover the heart before the alignment," she said, "but where would the weavers take it?" The answer came from the most unexpected source. As moonlight filtered through the canopy, it struck the crystallized trees surrounding the clearing. Each began to whisper in unison, their voices combining into a single coherent message. "Beneath the mountain of forgotten kings, where neither sun nor star has shone since the world was young, through the door of twilight, across the bridge of sighs, to the chamber of celestial alignment." Thalion's expression shifted from confusion to recognition. "Tut, the mountain of forgotten kings. It's not a mountain at all. It's the ancient burial complex beneath the neutral territories, where the first kings of both our peoples were entombed together." "Of course," Brenna breathed. "Neutral ground, sacred to both races, protected by mutual accord. The perfect place to hide while turning us against each other." Their path forward was clear, but fraught with peril. To reach the ancient tombs, they would need to cross realms already bristling with the potential for war, evade agents of the Destiny Weavers in both courts, and somehow convince their suspicious leaders of the true threat. All before 3 moons aligned in just 3 nights' time. As they prepared to leave the crystallized heart of the forest, Brenna paused beside one of the transformed trees. Its surface reflected her concerned expression back at her, distorted through facets of perfect quartz. "What are the weavers planning?" she asked softly. "What comes through when the veil is parted?" The whispers that answered sent ice through her veins. That which was banished returns, that which sleeps awakens. The first ones who shaped the world and were cast out for their pride, they have waited beyond the veil, watching, hungering. The alignment is their doorway, the heart is their key, and we, all of us, are to be their sacrifice. Thalion laid a hand on her shoulder, his expression solemn in the crystalline light. "Archimage Spellforge, I believe we have a world to save." Brenna nodded, determination hardening her features as she stowed her lens. "Been only 3 days to do it," Prince Whisperhearer. Together they departed the crystal forest, an unlikely pair bound by whispered secrets and the desperate need to prevent catastrophe. Behind them, the forest continued its inexorable transformation. Crystal by crystal, whisper by whisper, a ticking clock counting down to the moment when 3 moons would align and the fate of both their kingdoms would hang in the balance. As they reached the forest's edge, the final rays of sunset struck the crystallized trees, sending fragments of rainbow light dancing across their path like promises or warnings of what was to come. Story 4. Deep beneath the jagged peaks of the Black Mountain, where darkness reigned supreme and the very stones whispered ancient secrets, a light flickered into existence that had not been seen for 10,000 years. Grandmaster Drogar stood transfixed before the ignited soul forge, its crystalline heart pulsing with colors that had no names in mortal tongues. The artifact, half altar, half anvil, seemed to breathe as if awakening from slumber, sending ripples of ethereal energy through the vast underground chamber carved from the living rock. After centuries of searching, Drogo whispered, his weathered hands trembling as they caressed the ancient runes that spiraled across the forge's obsidian surface. The legends were true. With this, we shall reclaim what was stolen from us. The gathered Council of Iron, 7 elder dwarves with beards braided with precious metals and stones denoting their ancient lineages, murmured in reverence. Only one among them, young Karas Emberspark, barely into his 80th year, dared look troubled as spectral flames danced in the reflection of his amber eyes. For 3 nights prior, Karas had awakened screaming from the same nightmare, a vision of souls being torn from the celestial firmament, the very tapestry of reality unraveling thread by thread as the forge consumed more than it was ever meant to hold. But dreams held no weight against Drogo's promise of redemption for their people, who had dwelled too long in the shadows of history while the elves basked in the sunlight above. Leagues away, beneath the ancient boughs of the whispering canopy, Eloan Nightshade moved like a shadow through the forest she had sworn to protect. Silver moonlight filtered through the emerald leaves, casting dappled patterns across her lithe form as she tracked something that should not exist. Footprints that burned the very soil they touched, leaving smoldering imprints of strange, geometric patterns. When she reached the clearing where the village of Silverglade had stood just days before, Eloan dropped to her knees. Where humble dwellings, crafted of living wood and elven song, had once stood, only ash remained. The destruction was methodical, soulless, nothing like the chaotic raids of orcs or the calculated strikes of human warbands. Among the ruins, a child's wooden figurine lay untouched, its carved features hauntingly similar to her own. Idluin's fingers closed around it, a gift she had carved for her twin brother Arondir before his disappearance during a diplomatic mission to the dwarven settlements 5 years ago. "What manner of evil returns a child's toy while taking their life?" she whispered. Her question was answered by a sound that chilled her blood, the synchronized marching of feet that rang not with flesh, but metal upon stone. From the edge of the clearing emerged figures that defied nature, warriors forged of gleaming metals and gemstones, moving with fluid grace that mockingly mimicked life. Their eyes glowed with inner fire, and at their center strode a towering general whose armor bore the intertwined symbols of the sun and moon, the ancient crest of her own bloodline. The construct general turned toward her, and for a heartbeat, recognition flashed in its burning gaze. A voice rasped from within the metallic shell, distorted yet achingly familiar. "Run, sister." The hidden passages beneath the Black Mountain had not been traveled by elven feet for millennia, yet Eloan moved through them with the certainty of one guided by more than mere maps. The tunnels grew warmer as she descended, until the very air shimmered with heat and the distant rhythm of hammer upon anvil echoed through the stone. "You shouldn't be here, elf," came a gruff voice from the shadows, "though I admit I've been expecting someone like you." Kara stepped into the dim light of her crystal lantern, his broad face a mask of concern beneath his meticulously braided beard. In one hand, he clutched a scroll case adorned with symbols that matched those on Eloan's ranger cloak, symbols of a covenant long forgotten by both their peoples. "You've seen what the forge creates," Eloan said, her voice steady despite the dagger pointed at the dwarf's throat. "Those abominations attacked my people. One of them spoke with my brother's voice. And in my dreams, I've seen what the forge will destroy." Karas pushed her blade aside with a calloused finger. "Drogo believes he is creating souls, forming them from raw, magical energy. But the soul forge doesn't create, it captures. It pulls souls from the veil between, the spiritual plane where all our ancestors dwell together." Eloan lowered her weapon slowly. "How does a dwarf smith know of the veil between? That knowledge is guarded by our eldest lore masters." Because before elves and dwarves became enemies, we were caretakers of different halves of the same truth. Karas opened the scroll case, revealing parchment so ancient it seemed woven from moonlight itself. Your people guarded the knowledge of the veil. Mine guarded the means to mend its tears. The soul forge was never meant to create weapons. It was forged to heal the boundary between worlds when it weakened. As they unrolled the scroll, a map illuminated itself, not of physical passages, but of currents of power flowing through the mountain to a chamber far deeper than the forges. At its center lay an illustration of a flame divided, half burning with sunlight, half with the silver of stars. "The sacred flame," Elwin whispered. "The stories say it was extinguished when our peoples turned against each other." "Not extinguished," Karas corrected. "Divided. Each side keeping half, neither able to fulfill its purpose alone. The heart of the mountain was a perfect sphere hollowed from black stone, its walls embedded with veins of luminescent crystal that pulsed in time with a distant, cosmic heartbeat. At its center stood two broken pedestals, one carved of white marble shot through with gold, the other of obsidian flecked with silver. "This is where the first covenant was signed," Karas explained, his voice hushed with reverence. "But when the primordial magic was still wild, and the boundary between worlds was thin enough for nightmares to cross freely." Elwin circled the chamber, her fingers tracing ancient carvings that told a story her people had all but forgotten. Of elves who sang to the stars, and dwarves who spoke to the bones of the earth, working in harmony to protect all races from what lay beyond the veil. "The soul forge draws its power from the tear that forms here," Karas continued. "But using it as Draugr does widens the breach. The constructs he creates, they're vessels for souls that should be at rest, including your brothers. Then we'll need both halves of the flame to seal it," Elwin said, drawing forth a crystal phial from beneath her armor. Within it danced a flame that cast no heat, its light pure as the first dawn. "And this has passed through my family line since the sundering. We never knew its purpose, only that it must be protected." Karas's eyes widened. He reached into his tunic and produced a matching phial, within which flickered a flame of deepest silver, like moonlight distilled, as did we. The ground beneath them trembled as a distant roar echoed through the mountain, the sound of the soul forge working at full capacity. With it came an unearthly keening, the wail of souls being torn from their rest. "Drogar's final assault begins," Karas said grimly. "He means to forge an army that will march on the elven capital by dawn." "And my brother leads them," Elwin whispered. Together, they placed the twin phials upon the broken pedestals. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the flames leapt forth of their own accord, spiraling toward each other in a double helix of gold and silver. Where they met, a doorway seemed to open in the very air, revealing glimpses of a realm where light and shadow danced in perfect harmony. Through this portal stepped a figure of impossible beauty and terrible power, half formed of daylight, half of evening shadows. Its voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but contained multitudes. "The covenant is remembered," it intoned. "But to mend what is broken requires sacrifice freely given. The soul forge was created from our essence. Only by returning what was taken can balance be restored." Elwin stepped forward without hesitation. "My brother's soul, return it to his body, and take what you need from me." "No," Karas caught her arm. "This burden belongs to both our peoples." He faced the entity. "Take equally from us both, dwarf and elf, as it was in the beginning." The being's features shifted, softening into something almost like approval. "And so be it." When Grand Master Draugr led his army of metal warriors toward the surface tunnels, he found his path blocked by an impossible sight. His most promising apprentice standing alongside an elven ranger. Between them, a flame that burned with dual light. More shocking still was the figure that stood before his general, Arondir Nightshade, returned to his elven form, though his eyes now held the same dual flame. "The soul forge is not yours to command, Droga," Arondir said, his voice resonating with power beyond his years. "It belongs to no single race, but to the covenant between all." Before Droga could respond, the constructs he had so painstakingly created began to transform. The metal flowed like water, reshaping itself into archways and pillars that formed a great circular chamber around them all, a new temple to house the reunited flame. Jaras and Ilawan stood changed as well, their eyes bearing faint echoes of the cosmic fire, their very beings now anchored to the mountain and the flame they had rekindled. "What have you done?" Droga whispered. "We remembered," Karas answered simply, "and in remembering, we have begun to heal what was broken long ago." Ilawan stepped forward, offering her hand to the stunned Grand Master. "The Elves have forgotten too much of what binds us to the earth. The Dwarves have forgotten too much of what connects them to the stars. Apart, we are diminished. Together, we are the guardians of the threshold," Arondir finished, placing his hand atop theirs. "As we were always meant to be. In the chamber that would come to be known as the Forge of Unity, the joined flame burned brighter than it had for 10,000 years, casting light into forgotten corners of both elven and dwarven histories. And in its glow, ancient wounds finally began to heal." Story 5. The eternal flame of Eldrath danced upon its ancient pedestal, its golden blue light casting long shadows across the temple's marble columns. For a millennium, it had burned without faltering, a beacon that held back the creatures of shadow and nightmares that prowled beyond the borders of the United Kingdoms. But tonight, as Prince Lyrandir climbed the 1,000 steps to perform the monthly royal observance, he noticed something that sent a chill through his immortal blood. The flame flickered, dimmed, and for the briefest moment, nearly extinguished itself before surging back to life. Lyrandir paused mid-step, his silver eyes widening. The flame's weakness was imperceptible to mortal eyes, but to one born of the ancient elven bloodline of lunar song, such changes were as obvious as the 3 moons that hung in the night sky. No elven prince had ever witnessed the flame waver in the 1,000 years since the Great Binding. "Impossible," he whispered, his voice echoing softly against walls inlaid with opal and moonstone. At the temple's summit, Master Kalden stood in vigil as he had for centuries uncounted. The Guardian's white robes seemed to absorb the flame's light, making him appear as though he himself were burning. His face, ageless and serene, betrayed no concern, even as Lyrandir approached with quick, urgent strides. "Your Highness," Kalden bowed, the movement fluid despite his apparent age. "Do you honor us with your presence before the appointed hour?" "The flame weakens, Guardian," Lyrandir said without preamble, his hand resting instinctively on the hilt of his ceremonial sword. "I felt it from the forest path. Have the wards been compromised?" A shadow passed across Kalden's face, so brief that Lyrandir might have imagined it. "Your elven senses are keen, my prince, but perhaps over-eager. The eternal flame has weathered worse storms than a momentary flicker." Lyrandir might have accepted this explanation were it not for the subtle change in the Guardian's eyes, a tightening around their corners, a calculation that had not been there in all the years the prince had performed the royal observance. Something was being hidden. That night, instead of returning to the alabaster towers of Silverhold, where the elven court prepared for the springtide festival, Lyrandir concealed himself among the temple's outer gardens. There, beneath a canopy of star-blessing trees whose leaves shimmered with captured moonlight, he watched. Near midnight, when all 3 moons aligned in the sky, Lyrandir witnessed what no mortal or immortal was meant to see. Master Kalden emerged onto the temple balcony alone, raised his hands toward the flame, and began to chant in a language older than the elven tongue itself. The flame responded, stretching toward the guardian like a living thing, tendrils of its essence flowing into Kalden's outstretched palms and then into his chest. As the power entered him, Kalden's form shimmered, the wrinkles that had begun to line his face smoothing away, his stooped posture straightening, vitality visibly returning to a form that should have been immortal without such intervention. Lirandir's breath caught in his throat. The Guardian was stealing the flame's power, power meant to protect the realm, to extend his own life. 3 days later, reports arrived at Silverhold of shadow creatures breaching the borders near the western villages of Mist Hollow and Oakvale. Dark things not seen since the Age of Shadows had slipped through where the flame's protection had thinned. Wraiths that drained the life from sleeping children, crawling mists that turned crops to ash. Beasts of twisted form that left no footprints but trailed death in their wake. When Lirandir brought his accusations before the Elven High Council, presenting what he had witnessed at the temple, he found only disbelief and anger. Master Kalden had served as guardian for longer than even the eldest council members had lived. His loyalty was beyond question. These are serious charges against the most revered office in our kingdom, Queen Ilaria said, her voice sharp as winter frost. I have you evidence beyond your word, my son. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Lirandir insisted. The flame weakens as Kalden draws its power. The shadow breaches are proof enough. Or perhaps, Lord Commander Thalorian interjected, the breaches occur because the appointed prince shirks his royal observances to spy upon the sacred guardian with treasonous intent. The council murmured their agreement. Master Kalden, standing calmly at the Queen's right hand, regarded Lirandir with something close to pity. Perhaps the young prince requires rest, Kalden suggested gently. The burden of royal blood weighs heavy on one so young. I have seen such delusions in others when the responsibility becomes too great. By nightfall, what had begun as skepticism transformed into something darker. Rumors spread through Silverhold of Lirandir's madness, of whispers that the prince himself had somehow tainted the flame through improper observance. The queen, though reluctant, ordered her son confined to his chambers for reflection and recovery. Lirandir had no intention of remaining imprisoned while the kingdom fell vulnerable to shadows. Using secret passages known only to the royal bloodline, he slipped from Silverhold before dawn, taking with him only his hunting bow, silver daggers, and the ancient star map that had once belonged to his grandfather. The wilderness beyond the elven capital would provide temporary sanctuary, enough to formulate a plan to expose Kalden's betrayal. He had not anticipated the hunters. By the 3rd day of his exile, Lirandir realized he was being tracked by the Queen's shadow guard, elite warriors who could follow a breeze across stone. Led by Lord Commander Thalorian himself, they were bound by oath to return the prince to Silverhold or ensure his silence permanently. The commander had never approved of Lirandir's unorthodox approaches to tradition, and now had royal sanction to act on that disapproval. Near the crystal pools of Mirrormere, where the forest grew so dense that even sunlight struggled to penetrate its canopy, Lirandir finally accepted that he could not evade the Shadow Guard indefinitely. His trail led to a dead end, a sheer cliff face overlooking a ravine too wide to leap across. As he turned to make his final stand, a section of seemingly solid rock slid aside, revealing a passage. From the darkness emerged a figure barely reaching Lirandir's chest, broad-shouldered, with a beard bound in silver rings and eyes that gleamed like polished hematite in the forest gloom. "In or out, elf prince?" The dwarf rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. The Shadow Guard approaches, and neither of us wishes for their company. Desperation overcome caution. Lyrandir ducked into the passage, which sealed seamlessly behind them, plunging them into darkness, brightened only by phosphorescent fungi growing along the tunnel walls. "I am Grimok Ironheart," the dwarf said, as he led the way through a labyrinth of tunnels that sloped ever downward. Last of the Twilight Forge, exile of Moria, and certainly not the company an elven prince would normally keep. "Circumstances have redefined normal for me," Lyrandir replied wryly. I know who you are," Grimok interrupted. "News travels quickly when an elven prince is branded heretic and hunted by his own kind, particularly when his crime is speaking truth about the eternal flame." Lyrandir stopped abruptly. How could you know that?" In answer, Grimok drew a weapon from his back, a sword unlike any Lyrandir had seen. Its blade was dark as night, yet reflected light like polished obsidian, edges rippling with a blue-silver energy that seemed to bend the very air around it. "The Dusk Blade," Grimok said, his voice now solemn. "Unforged in the dying light of the firstborn star, tempered in the blood of my ancestors, designed for one purpose alone, to sever an immortal from the source of their unnatural life." His gaze met Lyrandir's. "It has waited 5 centuries for Master Kalden's neck. In Grimok's underground sanctuary, illuminated by crystals that burned with inner light, the dwarf revealed a truth hidden from the United Kingdoms for generations. The eternal flame had never been meant as merely a ward against darkness. It was a prison, binding an ancient entity of pure shadow that had nearly consumed the world during the Age of Shadows. The ritual of binding had required 7 immortal guardians, who would each serve a term of 143 years before passing the responsibility to the next. Kalden was the 7th guardian, Grimok explained, unrolling yellowed scrolls covered in runes. When his term ended, he was to train his successor and depart for the Eternal West, as all guardians must eventually do. But he discovered something his predecessors hadn't, a way to draw power from the flame itself, extending his life indefinitely. "At the cost of weakening the binding," Lyrandir murmured, understanding dawning. "Precisely. With each passing year, Kalden draws more power to maintain his immortality, and the shadow entity's prison weakens. The breaches your people have witnessed are but harbingers of what comes. If the flame fails entirely, the Age of Shadows returns," Lyrandir finished grimly. Their path forward was clear, yet fraught with impossible choices. To save the kingdoms, they must confront Kalden. But killing the last guardian without a trained successor would leave no one to maintain what remained of the flame. Yet every day they delayed meant more villages falling to shadow creatures. More lives lost to a threat they couldn't comprehend. Their journey to the Temple of Eldrath became a gauntlet of shadow-touched horrors and elven hunting parties. Grimok's knowledge of hidden pathways and Lyrandir's affinity for forest magic kept them one step ahead of capture. But the evidence of spreading darkness grew with each passing day. Wells that drew up black water, children born without shadows of their own, animals that spoke with human voices before dropping dead. When they finally reached the temple's hidden underchambers, having infiltrated through passages known only to the dwarven architects who had helped build the sacred site, the truth revealed itself in murals older than the elven kingdom itself. The eternal flame was no mere gift from benevolent gods. It was a fragment of a shadow entity's own power, turned against itself to create the perfect prison. The 7 guardians were never meant to be permanent. The flame was designed to eventually burn out, taking the bound entity with it into oblivion. Kalden had disrupted this inevitable conclusion, preserving himself and unwittingly preserving the shadow entity as well. Their confrontation came at midnight beneath the temple's central dome, where the flame burned weakest. Kaladin stood before it, drawing the last significant measure of power into himself, his form now youthful and terrible in its beauty. "I preserve what was meant to end," he acknowledged when they revealed themselves. "But is that not our eternal charge as immortals? To maintain, to protect, to persist against the tide of endings?" "You protect nothing but yourself," Grimlock growled, the dusk blade humming with anticipation in his grip. "Man, what will happen if you strike me down?" Kaladin's smile was serene, despite the threat. "Who then tends the flame? Who knows the rituals to strengthen what remains of the binding? The shadow stirs beneath us, Prince of Elves. Kill its jailer, and you become responsible for what escapes." The impossible choice Lirandir had feared now confronted him directly. Justice or mercy? Retribution or pragmatism? The certainty of Kaladin's betrayal against the uncertainty of a world without his knowledge. In that moment of hesitation, the three moons aligned above the temple dome. Moonlight filtered through ancient crystal, striking the flame and revealing the truth Kaladin had hidden. His shadow upon the wall was not his own, but that of the bound entity, stretching and testing its bonds. Guardian and prisoner had become intertwined, each preserving the other in twisted symbiosis. Understanding crystallized in Lirandir's mind. The flame couldn't be preserved or restored. It needed to complete its purpose. Kaladin couldn't be separated from the entity he had inadvertently bound himself to. There was only one path forward. The flame must end as it was meant to, Lirandir declared, stepping toward the pedestal. And with it, both jailer and prisoner. Before Kaladin could react, Lirandir plunged his hands directly into the eternal flame. Ancient power surged through him, not to preserve, but to complete. The flame roared upward, engulfing both prince and guardian in a column of purifying fire that pierced the temple dome and reached toward the three moons above. Grimlock shielded his eyes as the temple itself began to transform, stone and metal transmuting into pure crystal that captured and amplified the flame's final purpose. Within the inferno, Lirandir witnessed millennia of knowledge passing from Kaladin's mind to his own, not to continue the broken cycle, but to ensure that what came after would be built on truth rather than secrets. When the light finally faded, the eternal flame was gone. In its place stood a crystal statue. Lirandir and Kaladin merged in their final moment, their faces serene in the completion of a cycle begun 1,000 years before. The shadow entity had been drawn fully into the flame's final conflagration. Its ancient malice burned away to nothing more than a memory. Outside the temple, across the United Kingdoms, the shadow creatures dissolved like mist at dawn. The three moons that had hung in perfect alignment drifted apart once more, their celestial duty complete. At the statue's feet, Grimlock Ironheart knelt, the Duskblade's purpose unfulfilled, yet its creation vindicated. The dwarf remained there until dawn, bearing witness to the sacrifice that had saved them all, and planning the long journey ahead. For someone would need to tell the truth to a kingdom built on secrets, and prepare them for a world without the protection they had taken for granted for 1,000 years. As morning light filtered through the temple's shattered dome, it struck the crystal statue, sending fragments of rainbow light dancing across the chamber. A new kind of flame, kindled from sacrifice and truth, illuminating the path toward whatever age would follow. Story 6, deep within the Crystal Mountains, where light fractured through ancient quartz and cast rainbow shadows upon stone that had slumbered undisturbed for millennia, King Thordan Ironbeard stood transfixed. The chamber he had discovered lay hidden behind a wall that had collapsed during the expansion of the eastern mining tunnels, a perfect vault untouched since the Great War that had nearly destroyed the world. His torch-illuminated walls adorned with faded murals depicting scenes of battle between beings of impossible stature and power, their forms both beautiful and terrible. But it was what rested upon a pedestal of obsidian at the chamber's center that held the dwarven king's gaze, a crown unlike any in the treasuries of Moria, fashioned not from gold or silver, but from what appeared to be thorns of dark metal interwoven in a circlet of painful majesty. Tiny runes, so small they required a dwarf's keen eyes to discern, spiraled along each thorn's length, pulsing with a faint crimson light that seemed to beat in rhythm with Thorden's heart. "By the forge and anvil," he whispered, his voice echoing in the chamber that had held secrets for 7,000 years. His council would advise caution, would insist on scholars and mages examining such a find before anyone dared touch it. But Thorden had not led his people through decades of prosperity by deferring to cautious voices. His fingers closed around the crown. The metal was warm to the touch, almost alive. When he placed it upon his head, the pain was exquisite. Each thorn seemed to pierce his very thoughts. Then came the vision. Armies of shadow marching against his kingdom, creatures of nightmare clawing their way from the deepest places beneath the mountains, his people's screams as their blood watered ancient stones. Thorden tore the crown from his head, gasping, yet even as his heart hammered with terror, something else stirred within him. Power, undeniable and intoxicating. Knowledge beyond mortal understanding had brushed against his consciousness. With trembling hands, he placed the crown in his satchel. Such a treasure, such a warning must be studied carefully. The king who returned to the grand halls of Moria that evening appeared unchanged to most eyes. But Elindra Moonshadow was not most observers. The elven counselor, slender and pale among the stocky, ruddy dwarves she had served for a decade, noted the subtle differences immediately. The king's eyes, once clear as mountain springs, now held flickering shadows in their depths. His decisions, once measured and fair, became impulsive, driven by fears he would not fully articulate. Elindra had come to Moria as a last resort, exiled from her homeland of Alfheim for challenging Queen Elindra's increasingly isolationist policies. Her talent for geomancy, the ancient elven art of reading earth magic, had made her valuable to the dwarves, whose livelihood depended on the mountains' bounty and stability. That same sensitivity to magical currents now warned her that something was terribly amiss with the king she had pledged to serve. 3 weeks after Thorden's discovery, Elindra was summoned to the king's private chambers, an unprecedented honor that set whispers racing through the dwarven court. She found him seated before a roaring fire, the strange crown upon his head, his fingers tracing complex patterns in the air as he murmured in a language even her scholar's knowledge could not identify. "My king," she said softly, bowing. "You requested my counsel." Thorden's head turned slowly toward her, as though the movement required great effort. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that made the crystal ornaments in the chamber vibrate in sympathy. "The mountains speak to me now. Elf. They tell me of threats gathering at our borders, elven sorcerers plotting with human kingdoms to seize our wealth, to steal the secrets only the stone should keep." He smiled, revealing teeth that seemed sharper than they had been at the previous council meeting. "I need your arts to verify what the crown shows me. To see where our enemies gather." "Crown, my lord?" Elindra inquired carefully, though her gaze had already fixed upon the metal thorns that now seemed to have sunk deeper into Thorden's flesh. Tiny rivulets of blood tracing paths through his silver-streaked beard. "A gift from our ancestors," he replied, his smile unwavering. a weapon against those who would threaten us in the coming darkness. That night, Elindra did not seek her bed. Instead, she slipped through lesser-used corridors to the ancient library where records of the kingdom's history were maintained by lore keepers who had themselves passed into history, their knowledge preserved in tomes that few consulted in modern times. There she found references to the Great War and its terrible weapons, including the Crown of Thorns, forged not by dwarves as Thordan believed, but by the dark powers to corrupt and control mortal rulers, preparing them as vessels for entities that had been banished beyond the veil of reality. As dawn broke over the crystal spires of Moria, Elindra made a decision that could cost her life. There was only one dwarf who might help her save the king from himself, Garim Ironbeard, Thordan's younger brother, exiled 5 years prior for opposing the king's expansion into the eastern tunnels, the very expansion that had revealed the hidden chamber. Finding Garim proved challenging, but not impossible. The disgraced prince had established himself in a small mining community on the kingdom's borders, lending his considerable skill as a smith to their humble needs, while drowning memories of his former glory in strong dwarven spirits. When Elindra located his forge, she found a dwarf physically identical to his brother, but spiritually diminished, his once proud beard unkempt, his eyes dulled by defeat and drink. "And do I have no counsel to offer Moria or its king?" Garim muttered when she explained her presence. "My brother made his choice when he valued gold above wisdom. Let him suffer the consequences of breaking tradition." "This goes beyond your quarrel," Elindra insisted. "The crown he found, it's changing him. The eastern tunnels you warned against have revealed exactly the danger you feared." That caught Garim's attention. He set down his hammer with deliberate care. "Describe this crown." When she had done so, Garim's face paled beneath his weathered complexion. "The thorn crown of Morkanth," he whispered. "I thought it merely legend, a cautionary tale to frighten novice miners away from the deep places." His gaze met hers, newfound sobriety sharpening his features into a prince's once more. "If Thordan wears it, we have little time." The thorns sink deeper with each vision, feeding on royal blood and thought until the wearer becomes nothing but a shell for what sleeps beneath the mountains. "Then you'll help," hope kindled in Elindra's voice. "I must," Garim replied grimly. "Though he cast me out, he remains my brother and my king. But understand this, elf, saving him requires a power beyond our combined skills. We must seek the wellspring of purification. In Alfheim," Elindra's voice faltered, "the forbidden territories. The very same, the place from which you are banished, as I am from my home. Fitting companions we make." Their journey began that very night, slipping from the dwarven kingdom as Thordan convened a war council based on threats that existed only in visions sent by the crown. They traveled first through dense pine forests that separated the dwarven mountains from the broader world, then across the whispering plains, where spirits of ancient battles still murmured on the wind. Each night, Elindra attempted to scry for the king's condition, casting rune-marked crystals upon a cloth embroidered with silver thread. Each night, the news grew worse. Thordan had ordered the forges to begin crafting weapons of war, had sealed the kingdom to outside trade, had even imprisoned council members who questioned the wisdom of preparing for an attack with no visible enemy. "The crown prepares the way," Garim explained, as they made camp on the 7th night, the border of Alfheim visible as a line of impossibly tall silver trees that gleamed beneath the 3 moons. "It turns wisdom to paranoia, caution to aggression. When the king's spirit is sufficiently corrupted, the old gods will find the veil between worlds thin enough to penetrate, using Thordan as their gateway." "You seem to know much for one who thought it merely legend," Elindra observed. Garim's laugh held no mirth. My exile had purpose beyond nursing wounded pride, elf. I sought knowledge of what lay in those eastern depths, knowledge my brother dismissed as superstition. The wellspring of purification lay at Alfheim's heart, in a grove where the first elves were said to have awakened beneath stars that had since burned out and been replaced in the heavens. Reaching it required evading elven patrols whose orders regarding trespassers, especially banished ones, were mercilessly clear. Garim's dwarven stature made stealth challenging, but his unexpected knowledge of elven forest magic surprised and impressed Elindra. A prince must understand his neighbors, he explained when she questioned him, both as potential enemies and allies. On the 9th night of their journey, as they crouched in the hollow of an ancient oak while elven sentinels passed nearby, Elindra's scrying crystal shattered, an impossible occurrence that made even Garim blanch. "We're too late," she whispered, staring at the crystalline shards embedded in her palm. "The crown has him completely." "Not yet," Garim insisted, though doubt shadowed his eyes. "The crystals, breaking means transformation, not completion. We have until the new moon, 2 days hence." They reached the wellspring as twilight painted Alfheim's canopy with amber and gold. The sacred pool lay within a circle of standing stones covered in runes that predated even elven script. Its waters, clear as dream and deep as memory, reflected stars not visible in the evening sky above. "Now comes the true test," Garim said softly. The wellspring's waters must be brought to Thordan, but they evaporate at the touch of ordinary vessels. They must be carried in a container of perfect sacrifice. Understanding dawned in Elindra's eyes. "Your brother cast you out, yet you would give your life for his. Not my life." Garim removed his right gauntlet, revealing a hand of perfect silver, a prosthetic fashioned with dwarvish skill after the original was lost in battle. "But the last link to my past glory, silver from the royal mines, crafted by my own left hand." As the first moon rose, Garim detached the silver hand and immersed it in the wellspring. The waters hissed and bubbled, inscribing the ancient runes from the standing stones onto the metal surface. When he withdrew it, the hand had transformed into a chalice, its fingers curving to form the base, its palm the bowl. "It will hold the water for 1 day," he said, dipping the chalice back into the pool. "We must reach Moria by tomorrow's moonrise." They traveled without rest, slipping past elven patrols and across the borderlands until the Crystal Mountains rose before them once more. The Dwarven Kingdom's gates stood open but unguarded, a dereliction of duty unthinkable under normal circumstances. Within the great halls of Moria, an eerie silence prevailed. No hammers rang upon anvils, no songs echoed from feasting halls. The few dwarves they encountered moved with vacant expressions, their eyes clouded with the same shadows Elindra had first noticed in Thordan. They found the king upon his throne, the crown of thorns now so deeply embedded in his flesh that it appeared to have become part of his skull. The throne room's floor had been inscribed with complex geometric patterns that pulsed with sickly green light. The air itself seemed to bend and distort around the king, as though reality strained against something pushing from beyond. "Brother," Garim called, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "I've returned to make amends." Thordan's head turned with mechanical precision. When he spoke, the voice was his, but the cadence belonged to something far older. "The exile returns with the forest witch. How convenient that our first sacrifices deliver themselves." "We bring a gift," Elindra replied, stepping forward with more confidence than she felt. "A tribute worthy of your new perspective." Curiosity flickered in the shadow-filled eyes, a weakness the possessing entity couldn't suppress. Thordan's body rose from the throne and approached with an unnatural, fluid grace. As the king reached for the chalice, Garim met his brother's gaze. "Remember our father's words, Thordan, a king's greatest strength lies not in what he takes, but in what he is willing to surrender." Thordan completed automatically, a fragment of true memory piercing through the crown's control. In that moment of connection, Elindra upended the chalice, pouring the wellspring's purifying waters directly onto the crown of thorns. A shriek of rage tore from Thordan's throat, but the voice was not his own. The thorns retracted from his flesh as the water sizzled and steamed upon the metal. Patterns of light, healing and terrible, spread from each point where the crown had pierced skin. The throne room trembled as though the mountain itself awakened in fury. Cracks spread across the floor, green light blazing from within them. Through the ruptures, glimpses of enormous forms stirred in abyssal darkness, claws reaching upward, eyes opening after eons of slumber. Garim grabbed the crown, now loosened from his brother's head, and flung it into the widest of the chasms. There was a moment of absolute silence, followed by a roar of thwarted rage that shook dust from the highest reaches of the throne room. The fissures slammed shut with such force that several supporting columns cracked and toppled. In the aftermath, as dust settled through shafts of light from the crystal ceiling far above, Thordan knelt on the floor, diminished, wounded, but himself once more. Blood matted his beard where the thorns had pierced him, but clarity had returned to his eyes. "Brother," he rasped, reaching out a trembling hand to Garim, "you came back." "Some bonds even exile cannot break," Garim replied, clasping his brother's arm with his remaining hand. Elindra stood apart, watching the reunion with complex emotions. Her own exile remained in force, her homeland still forbidden. Yet as the brothers embraced, Thordan looked up at her with newfound wisdom etched into his features. "Counselor Moonshadow," he said formally, "it seems the kingdom of Moria owes you a debt beyond reckoning. Perhaps it is time we revisited our relationship with Alfheim, beginning with an appeal for the return of one who has proven her loyalty beyond question." As sunlight pierced the crystal dome of Moria's throne room, it scattered in rainbow patterns across the three figures who stood amid the rubble of averted catastrophe. A king restored, a prince redeemed, and an exile who had found unexpected purpose in the land beneath the mountains. The crown of thorns lay far below, among ancient sleepers whose awakening had been postponed, but not, perhaps, prevented forever. Deep in the darkness, thorns of metal began to glow once more, waiting for another hand to claim them, another mind to corrupt, another opportunity to breach the thinning veil between worlds.